Okay. Should be working. Hello. I'm Mojo. You're Rambling Geek. How's it going? Oh, ad break. Mojo will be behind that. Eventually. Okay. So today's stream is going to start off with a bit of refactoring. I can't resub without doing it on iOS. Huh, interesting. Mic is low. Yeah, that does look pretty low, doesn't it? You raise that up a bit. That better? Lower it a little bit. I've raised it a little bit. It was just in the middle of the green. So I've raised it a little bit. As much as I wish I coded more yesterday, the clean desk has been more productive today. Yeah, then it had an outcome, right? That's good. Okay. What are you two doing today? Dear. We one of them days for the dogs, I think. Okay. So this weekend I started looking more at the changes stuff. Started looking more at the display of the changes. And one of the things I realized is that a decision I made earlier is going to have an impact on the quality of those changes. So, and I always intended to fix this, but I just never got around to it. So I decided that getting around to it was an option. So the problem comes from the requirements. The requirements are part of planning items, which I can't show. Awesome. I can't show the changes, but I can't show yeah. So, oh no, I've wiped it out again. Why did everything get expired again? That's weird. Oh well, I'll figure that out later. But the requirements kind of look like this on the planning item right now. When the integration event fires, they are stored as a separate entity, but I published them as part of the planning item because it just kind of made sense at that point. But in reality, I intend the intended outcome for requirements is that this is not going to be a tiny amount of text, and I think it would be too heavy to put on the planning item. So I'm refactoring it to publish requirements independently. The planning item will still have the GUIDs of the requirements, so that's still going to need to be done. But yeah. So what I'm doing right now is I'm on the view side. I've changed all the other side, and I'm on the view side trying to validate the other things. So the requirement is created, acquire. So there's another challenge this introduces in that I could actually potentially get the requirement before I get the planning item. In theory. So I have to make sure I acquire the planning item rather than just assume it's there. because the planning items topic might not be processing properly or whatever. I can't guarantee 100% with a 100% certainty that planning item will be there when this requirement hits. So, hello, dog. Come on, lie down. Sit down, Taylor. So I want to check that the sender received the send of arg is acquire planning item. And this is a acquire planning item command. C dot identifier equals planning item identifier. So I should expect to have received that call is what I'm testing here. When planning item, when requirement does not exist, acquire planning item, acquire planning item is called, requirement is created. So this does introduce some other challenges. So originally this code would basically, the planning items would just be a list of objects on the planning item, or the requirements would be a list of objects on the planning item. And I would basically determine, which ones have been removed or added, etc. With no ability to add or remove. Now it's going to be its own topic. So if I remove an item, which we haven't tackled any sort of deletes in the system yet, but if I remove an item, it's just a straight up remove. It's not necessarily a long drawn out process now. So it does make some of this code a lot simpler. So update planning item now no longer needs to deal with well, update planning item didn't, but sorry. But the requirements are much simpler. So I forgot I need to do that. So move this here. Let's delete that. This is a command. So now what was requirements receiver created by user identifier. I do have that. So that's in a when this is an add, they'll be exactly the same. Grid source. So source user identifier is the user who did the action. Created by user identifier is the user who initially created the requirement. So if I update it, these two will be different. Yeah, I'm not. The problem is that the way that I've done integration events is I'm not putting context on the integration event itself. I'm just publishing the current state of the object. So it does create some challenges. I'm not tracking updates versus Yeah. So like I could on the requirement here, I could have a last updated by, but being that we don't have update yet, I'm not going to panic about that piece. We can come back around and do that later. So that's command identifier. This is created by user ID. That will imply that will be implicit. Var planning item ID equals await sender.send new acquire planning item dot command dot planning item identifier. Right now nothing happens with these, which is probably not what I would like eventually. This shouldn't happen, but what I would probably do is in the receivers, I would probably have logging to return to handle the result. I don't know whether I would retry. There's some lessons I still need to learn there as far as how that goes. It's that. That's that. That's that. And then return result.success. You don't like all them. It's fine. When requirement does not exist, this needs private read only grid created by user expire. Grid source user identifier. You can think of source user identifier as updated by, essentially. Problem is, it's the user from which this event was triggered. So let's see if this even runs. Nope. Update planning item requirements. Okay. So the problem here is these acquires. Thank you for the follow, Battle usable. Welcome in. These acquires aren't set up in the test. Right. So I'm not set up. Oh, when you acquire the user. That acquire created by user. It's called sender dot received send mark dot is arg dot any. So this pattern is one that I'd love to see how others handle that. It's basically for data integrity. I need to make sure that other items exist before I move forward. So, yeah. So let's do this. Private read only int created by user ID equals and private read only int item ID equals different numbers so that I can see them that way. And then what we do here, send a dot, send r dot is require user command. C goes to C dot user identifier equals. So we're just setting up that mock here. What we're saying, okay, well, when you ask for this, we're going to return new result int created by user ID. Sender dot send. The assumption is that the arg, the acquire will always return either, it will return an ID, so it will either create it like a stub object, or it will in the cancellation token returns new result int applying item ID. Okay, let's see if that runs now. There we go. So they work. So I'm not going to worry about the update case. I'm not going to worry about whatever else comes because I don't have an update for it yet. This particular command won't send. Hey, Full Snammel, how you doing? This particular command won't send all the time. If this was the planning item, which changes all the time, then yes, I'd have to deal with the update scenario because it's going to update. But this will only get received for this planning item, for this requirement, when I add it. We now do need to change planning item though. Do we? Probably don't. Huh. So in this instance, because I'm going to publish the requirement independent of the planning item, the planning item, the requirements that are visible to the planning item will appear gradually. They're a joined table here, so the planning item doesn't need to explicitly update the actual requirements. It will have them in the view side as a side effect of that. Does that mean the app builds? Let's test it. So although there's a lot of changes, nothing drastically has changed in terms of the behavior of the application, other than the fact that I'm not publishing the requirements as part of the planning item. I'm just okay, so we'll see if this runs. for them all to start up. Yeah. This is it. New infrastructure. Well, those tenant projects for was a tenant in this case to come and get separate DBs. So, 1 second. Consumers Kafka. So the idea right now is one that the tenants do not get separate DBs. They get it's just a column on the tables that need it. So the tenant that belongs with. The idea is obviously that you can log in and under different companies be able to so Oi. 1 second. The bugger. She decided that a box that was there was necessary to have strips torn off it. Yeah, so right now, yeah, everything's a tenant identifier that separates the data. The intention would be to when you log in, you get your tenant identifier is set in your access token, so it's always attached to who you are. You don't specify it separately. We do need to do requirements. See what there. I did consider creating different databases, but creating different databases per customer is quite the challenge. So for right now, having the tenant identifier in there is a solid enough solution. A session has been thrown. Why cannot be known? I know why. I know why. So we need wanting slightly brighter white screen appearing. So the Kafka topics are all stored in here. So when the consumer starts up, it asks for console to give it its list of subscriptions, and I think that the requirement integration event is not quite what it should be. Requirement events integration. Okay. So now this will go to requirements, its own topic. To create that topic. Liquid sky. Got requirements. I haven't created all the topics yet because I haven't changed any of the data yet, but yeah. Go down to configurations, Kafka configuration. Let's make sure that's in there. Nothing worse than forgetting that I've done that. Start that consumer. That's looking what? Planning out receiver. Try get topic from event type. Value cannot be null. But the others started up fine. The other projects which do have consumers started up fine. So why is this one throwing a fit? So what happens is when this starts up, it looks at the event type that it's receiving, and it looks that up in this configuration and says, okay, well, I've got this type name, therefore, what's my topic? And then it can subscribe to that topic. But it looks like it's having an issue on planning items. The same DB right now. I did look at options for, different schemas, different databases, and the same table. And decided that being that I'm still building the system, I don't think there's much challenge there. As long, again, my user has the tenant identifier attached to them when they log in. It is set on their account. It's not like you can change it. You can't pass in a parameter for tenant. It is always part of who you are. It's a GUID. So I don't feel it runs a risk of exposing data. Yeah, I think so. That does sound familiar. But yeah, multi-tenancy is an interesting challenge because obviously the biggest risk is, do I expose a tenant's data to other tenants potentially? Because one incorrect query, I could, join a lot of information and it's actually completely incorrect. Whereas if they're separate databases, that's less of a risk, right? Okay, so why? No. 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 Yeah. I think if you saw wrong data here, it would it could be a problem, right? But separate databases come with a whole lot more challenges, right? Because I've got to, when I onboard a user or when I onboard a company, I've got to build out a data schema for every, especially in this environment, right? In my I've got to onboard a database for every single component. I've got to bring all those up, script all that out. Then when I connect, I've got to, in the factory, I've got to connect to the right database. So I've got to create some sort of overwatch system that basically is whose database am I connecting to? So it just becomes more complex. And considering what I'm trying to do anyway, it felt that and I've used this method before. This isn't new to me. I've just got to make sure that I'm very strict about remembering to use the tenant ID where the tenant ID applies. Because it doesn't apply to everything. Or it's implicit by some things. Like the requirement. The requirement belongs to a planning item. Planning item belongs to a tenant. Therefore, the requirement belongs to a tenant. I don't need to explicitly put the tenant on the requirement. Why are you now failing? Just start this one up and see. Don't want to work, do you? I'm going to move this one to the bottom and see if it still errors at that one. No, it's like you can't get it. So it's not planning item specifically. Not what I wanted to get stuck on today. This has been working. I haven't changed. I've only changed the behavior in this and that I've removed some code from it. I think this is an indicator of a problem. The attachments probably need to do the same thing here, but that's for another time. Planning item. So it's not planning item specifically, it's the program. Not pulling. Did I break that configuration? Well, that's planning item integration event. Planning items. The topics are there. And state users. Planning items. Requirements. Those others aren't. Liquid sky dot tenants. Probably need to figure out how to write a script against Kafka to do all these things. Projects won't be. No, see, this isn't actual. I'm doing this, but it's not the actual problem because the problem is caused by the fact that it doesn't have Kafka configuration available to it, but the others do. Localhost 8500. So that's what I'm using for my console thing. Then in Kafka, I'm saying using console. Using console here is part of my extension, is part of my library. Which basically goes and gets the HTTP client for console with the address and then gets the configuration. Nice. Okay. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? Why did that dump straight over? Instance. What this does is it merges it into the Kafka configuration, I believe, so that the configuration is the topics aren't set. Oh, that's why I'm doing that. Okay. There's our topics. Liquid's kind of projects, liquid's kind of planning items, requirements. Yeah, they're all there. So go back here, add Kafka. Add event receiver. Oh. So that works fine. Typo. That's not. That's ultimately what it should be calling. Okay. So now configuration. I don't have enough. Uh, trying to get. If you try get topic from event type, is another extension on configuration. Which I can't get to. Let's see. F11. Can I go in? No. Yeah, you don't. Post cancellation, housing abstractions. Next that. This is going to be something really annoyingly simple. This is not going to be difficult. This is just going to be irritating. So it's actually failing to get the topic from the event type. This does support, I believe I do support, yeah. I can specify a topic there, but that's not the point in this. The annoying thing is that other parts started up there. So notifications receivers. I know, same problem. That started up before. Console's there. Kafka configuration is in there. That's the key. That's why it's like a blind console. What's the matter? What's the matter? Craving attention? These consumers are actual. These are. I've made the change to make these service bus. So consumers means service bus. Receivers means Kafka. This is the biggest component that does receivers. So why are you failing? But it's not failing to load the configuration. The topics are loading. No. No, what's the matter? She comes and stands and puts a paws on my shoulder and cries in my ear. It doesn't always mean she wants out. So we're loading the configuration, but the event receivers are not adding. The problem with this is a component I've broken out deliberately. So the way this works, let's bring that up. Kafka extensions, new window. So if we go to try get topic from event, so this method is literally going to take the lookups from the configuration and use the event type to get the topic name out. And that's the piece it says is not working. Because it should be using this. Because event receiver, there's my event receiver, my Kafka abstractions, which is really not very much. That's that. There's not really much to this. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Give her a few minutes to play outside. So this, I get event, try get topic from event type is a pretty simple method. And it's this is failing in the dictionary because the type of T event is not yielding the topic, but we know the configuration is loading. So why? Nothing else is different. Even the new, this is the only thing that I've added to this class, into this thing is this requirements receiver. So if this one was failing, I'd understand. Clean them up a little bit. Well, the goal in this little diversion is to fix this up because the changes stuff that I want to build gets ever more complicated if I have nested objects in the actual data. And there's no reason for this nested object. If there was a genuine reason, I'd deal with the situation. But I'm just trying to make sure this is not a challenge going forward. Because when I do the changes here, if I've got in the original version, I'd show before and after. And if there was one requirement there and now there's now two requirements, the after would show two requirements. Whereas now when I do this, the requirement will be a separate change. And the change from the planning item side can actually say, because it will determine the differences. I can just highlight this was added, this was removed. If I leave it as it is, it's a bit messier. Why are you failing? It's like it doesn't get the dictionary. Oh, hold on. Add. Oh, is there a bad value in that? Is it the, what I'm wondering is it the configuration itself? Requirement integration event. Let's, nope. Exception has been thrown. By cannot be null at generic dictionary try insert. So it looks more like it's that's the problem. How do I debug that part? Can I get to that part? Yes, I can. Okay, so if this topics lookup is null, we're going to rebuild the topics lookup. So the topics, we have 8 of them. So if we do this part, we have 8. That's kind of redundant in the way it does it. And then is this going to error? Yeah, it can't rebuild that. Oh, hold on. Integration. Nope, no namespaces are wrong. I don't think I'm missing anything obvious. What? No, 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 no. Wrong problem. Maybe I'm missing something really obvious here. So the first part converts them all to the types. Hey Apex, how you doing? Right. So this component here is going to transform them all into types, which gets us. Oh, which one are you? Changes. That yielded a null type. That's the problem. Apex, thank you very much for the gift sub. I appreciate that. The Esser as well. Was that directed or was that a random one? That's awesome. Really appreciate that. So changes is the one that's causing the problem. Nice. Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that. So the issue is one of this. That's the problem. So I said changes.change event, but I don't have change event. Nice. Hope you well. The rest of your weekend was good. Let's see if I have. She's still wandering around in the backyard. I got a new CPU and it's been running a little too hot for my setup. Got a little cooler now. Nice. Yeah, new equipment, especially modern CPUs and stuff. They it's a lot of power. So it's this breaking it. So changes, publishes. That's a challenge. So the planning item receiver gets this. And then the application, sorry, publishes a new uh so this is an overlap of one design and another design combining. This is a branch off development. I haven't made all the changes to the changes component in that branch. I've made them in a different branch. Hey, what are you doing? Wandering around like she owns the place. So this should run now. I mean, 80 to 95C is not really acceptable if you've got half decent cooling. It shouldn't be running there consistently. It can get up there, absolutely, but it should never be running there consistently. Yeah. Yeah, you're pretty close. Okay, so let's run. She's. Oh man, everyone says that consistently running at 95 though. That doesn't seem right. With decent cooling on it. Like I know it can get up there. I know that, but it should idle and boost up there, but not necessarily run up there all the time. What? Why projects is not specified? Oh. Oh yeah, okay. Um Apparently these do run hot, but with a water cooled loop instead of a fan. It shouldn't be idling at 60C. Yeah. I believe this is water cooled. Yeah, this is running at 68. Yeah. This is a 5800X 3D. Oh no, this is 5800X. Okay. Sign in. No worries. And, I mean, the Noctuas are big fans. Because I'll assume they mean the 95. Okay, so we got that. We got a planning item. Let's add a requirement. Should see this in the view. When I add a requirement, the requirement should show in the view on the planning item. Attached it. So step one, does it show here? Now, this is, I've added it into the store. So it's in the store. And not. be right back. No, having to run around after dogs. They're being difficult today. So in a minute, I'll have to go get her in again. Yeah, the Noctua fans are good, but they're massive, which is a challenge for them. Hey, Mr. Jones, how you doing? Okay, so let's see if this. So we got our requirement. So there's the requirement we added. Right, there's the information. Now the question is, does it appear on the planning item? So if I refresh this, there should be 3. There you go. Nice. So the system's still functional. There's no visual problems here. And what we've done is broken out that behavior so that no longer, so planning items no longer contains, so the planning item did publish. So I do, oh, that's an interesting one. That is an interesting one. Why are you publishing with that requirement? Does that genuinely only have 3 requirements on the side? Requirements. I should see this in the view. So this has an identifier. No, there's 3 planning item requirements. So that should have published those 3. Changes probably didn't pick that up. No, changes didn't do anything right in a second. Well, it should have processed the planning item, but we'll fix that up afterwards. But so the way that was done, AMD themselves guarantee the processor is designed to run at without risk. Well, I'm not saying it can't run at 95. I'm saying it's just not ideal to be running at 95. And if it's running up there all the time, then you've got no overhead, right? So you've got no more to move past. Like Intel CPUs can go up to like 105 or whatever it is. Their TJ Max is, but the TJ Max is like the highest it should be. So if it's running at 95, that's the problem. If it boosts to 95, yeah, you're good, but you are going to thermal throttle after that. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's like it should on a normal cooler run 20 degrees or so cooler. You don't want it running at 95, even if AMD guarantee it will run at that 95, right? That's your maximum. So that's all I mean. It's like, I'm not saying that it can't run to 95. I'm saying it shouldn't run at 95 all the time. The dog's just sat in the middle. Okay, so we need to go and look at the planning items. publish there. So what I did is I made it that when the planning item changes, so when I add the requirements add requirement, right? All I do now is I load the planning item off the planning item identifier of the requirement just to validate that it's there. Then I add the requirement. This creates a requirement created event. And in here, I actually do publish the planning item and the requirement. So this is actually still a planning item publisher. So I publish the requirement. Publish the requirement, which did work. And then in here, I publish requirements, but it only got the one. And was that the requirement? 794 topics, planning items. That is 794. So that is that requirement, which is kind of correct. That should have published 3 items though. So I'm thinking what I want to do is separate out that behavior. So I want to make, so again, single responsibility is what I should have been aiming in the first place. So what we'll do is that. So this is responsible for publishing the requirement, and then publish planning item integration. And this is going to listen to the same event. So it's going to listen to the same event. It's going to behave similarly. Publish planning item integration. Planning item. The repository here is going to be the planning item. And this is going to be a planning item publisher. Event publisher. There you go. So this is possible because of the notification system within Mediator. So these are broadcast, and then everything that needs to receive them can receive them. So I can split out these behaviors and listen to the same event. Now what I want to do is planning item. Yeah, that should work. Oh, but I didn't. Okay. So here, planning item equals await repository dot first to default new planning item by identifier with details spec, and this is going to take the notification dot. Wait, requirement. First default new entity by identifier spec. I don't need much complication here. I just need the identifier of the requirement. I got you. My hangs out around 70. I keep the house at 68. Currently, the cycle rough because I need to flip my pants. Yeah. Yeah, this is right now with nothing running with all the IDs and stuff running, it's running at 58. It was up to 68 once I was running the application before. Requirement dot planning item dot identifier. Actually, no, that can be a little simpler. I don't need to do that nesting. New entity by identifier. Yeah, I kind of need that one. So I need the identifier. So what I'm doing there, I technically have the planning item, right? I technically do have the planning item, but it's not fully loaded the same way as the other one is. So I'm wondering, publish planning item, name of requirement created, and then planning item cancellation token. Wait. What do you need? What else do you need? Source user identifier. Throw argument null exception, throw it from null. Planning item. Again, if any of these are null, then the system's gone very badly wrong. So I explicitly throw in there just to make sure. Because things are distributed, things can still get triggered. So I am putting the guard in there, but it's an absolute throw. I'm not trying to say if it is null, handle it differently, return a result. So that's the differentiator there. Let's run it all up again. What I'm testing here is, so I have two different methods there. The first one is to load the requirement, and it includes the planning item. The second one is to load the planning item explicitly and include all its requirements, all its nested objects. What I'm validating is, if I now change the planning item, do I get four requirements in that list, or do I still get one? So why do I get only one planning item published? Like, that should have been 3 items, not 4. No, not 1. Right. So there was more than that. So is it because I'd returned this, because the planning item I'd built this off was the version that I'd loaded as part of my requirement. So does it load all the rest? Because hello, you can come sit down now. So yeah, if I'm loading this item explicitly, do I now get all of the items in there? Is what I'm trying to test. So if we go back here, I want to see 4. So I want to see all requirements in the planning item. Requirements array on planning item. Okay, so that saves. Now, what does this look like? There's our planning item. There's our requirements. So our requirements there. And then if we go back to our planning item, there you go. It is what I thought it was. Yeah. That's why associated projects was empty. That's a good gotcha. Well, not a good gotcha. That's an easy gotcha. So again, the problem was what I was doing, I was trying to cheat. I was trying to say, okay, well, I've got the requirement. Therefore, because I've got a relationship with the planning item, I can just use that planning item to publish. But the problem was that because I'm using um, entity framework the way I am, I'm not using lazy loaded proxies, etc. I'm explicitly including the navigation properties. When you do it that way, it only when it has a reference to itself, it's only referencing itself. So in the first example, because I loaded it from that I reloaded the planning item from that requirement. The only requirement that was listed was the planning item, the requirement that loaded that planning item. So now, by breaking this out as a separate handler, it listens to the same event. They could publish slightly out of sync, but it really wouldn't matter. And now this publishes a planning item event. I have a base class because things can publish this all over the place. But now this one has all the dependencies because it's being loaded by something that's explicitly including all its things. So that's an interesting challenge. A simple oversight there could yield a very different result. It didn't make any difference here because there's actually no code on this side yet to say, on the view side, to say, oh, well, let's take the list of attachments and consolidate them. But that could have been a problem if I'd have used those IDs to determine whether I was removing or deleting, removing or adding requirements. I could have lost data there. Okay, so if I refresh this, go in here, go here, I should have 4. There you go, that's 4. Okay. So I think that's working. That is doing what I want it to do. Requirements are no longer nested under here as actual objects. These dogs are trying to test me. If one's not moving, the other's moving today. Okay, so let's stop that running. So again, I'm only doing this because it's going to make the changes piece a lot simpler. It's going to make the that's going to be a problem. We'll figure that out afterwards. View factor view consumes integration consumes requirement integration events. And again, I'm not dealing with the concept of updating or deleting them yet, so that's a whole different challenge. Add an extra subscriber for the planning item. No, add 2 subscribers for the event, one for the actual environment, the second for the planning item is published. So you could say, well, why do we need to even publish the planning item? Because we're tracking the list of requirements externally. If you again the requirement is still associated with the planning item. The not all systems necessarily need to know that a planning item has changed, etc., or what, or the requirement rather, the requirement has changed, etc. But the planning item, knowing that the planning item has requirements attached, is a useful piece because it is still associated there. So that's why I'm going to continue to publish that. You could infer it off the two pieces of data, but the if a new planning item is a new requirement is added to a planning item, that can be triggered off the planning item change or the requirement. Okay, let's commit that. Let's push that. This might be one of the first times I've actually created the potential for merge conflict, because I'm more tired than I thought I was. Let's not do that. I almost brought up a personal access token then. That would have been bad. And debating on the strategy I want to take here. I think the right thing to do is to merge this into development. And then I'm going to rebase my other branch off of that, because then because there's going to be changes there. So I think this does gets merged into development. It is a solid change. It's something that I've needed to do for a while. It stops the requirement being inextricably linked to the planning item. So the planning item, the requirement was always an external entity. It was never just nested under the planning item. But it's more how it represents it. Externally. That's what. Sorry, that's relevant there. Ads are going to start in 3 minutes. Pull request. Unit test should pass. Yep. Do that. Then over here, let's fetch the current status to check out that branch. That's merged. So development is updated. Then we have assuming setting up a work-related project and have full control of choosing the branching strategy, what would you choose? It doesn't have to be a name strategy, just a general decision-making thought process. So generally, what I've found works is to have main development branches. Feature branches are checked checked out of development. And when PRs are made, unless a release is pending, they're merged back into development so you can test it. When you get to a release, you check out a release branch off of development. I'm probably closer to Git flow, I believe. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think there's any perfect strategy, if I'm honest, because developers can always screw it up. Yeah, I do like when there's a bug in production, you branch off production, fix the bug, merge it back into production, and cherry pick it into development. So that the production should never come back to development. Yeah. Yeah. Git flow main is production. Yeah. You should merge versus cherry pick so you don't get different commit sham, but yeah. Yes. Yeah. Like I said, never seen it run smoothly. Okay, so we're going to do that is update that, and then we're going to go here and delete rate requirements from planning, and then here we are going to merge development into 296 view changes. Yeah, back ads. Let's have a look. Let me make sure I understand what we mean by trunk based. This isn't that the way we used to work. So we all branch off trunk or main or whatever we want to call it. And then a release is basically a snapshot, and that release is deployed. So a release is a branch that lives until the next release is created. So how do you do? I mean, you hotfix and release branch and merge into the main line. Yeah, and see, trunk-based development at scale is best done with short-lived feature branches. One person over a couple of days max and flowing. Yeah, it requires. Yeah, that's probably why this has never been something we've tried. Because every organization I've worked in does not deal with that very well. Yeah. Fair enough. Mm. I don't necessarily like this example. I don't see trunk based as a defined thing. Huh? What do you mean as a defined thing? Check out development. It's interesting. Huh. Um, is it as a philosophy but not a template? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say good luck with that one. All right, for that, I hope I said good morning, Mr. Anhorn. I apologize if I didn't. Yeah, but you don't have a right. So you're kind of using the trunk, but not the trunk. And again, short-lived feature branches are easy to start with. Very difficult when you're refactoring major components of your system. But that if you're doing that with if you have a dev branch and then a main branch, then you're not really trunk. That's more akin to Git flow. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I just need to work with a team that is highly effective at doing these sorts of things and not. But I am definitely jaded. Um, check out. I don't want to rebase onto development. I want to merge development into this. Merge development into. That's what I wanted to do, not rebase. I don't want to delete development. We used trunk based on my old job with SVN. It sucked, but that might be because it was SVN. The merge resolution was so horrid. Yeah, and as I said, I think it's again I've worked with people, and that's why I'm a little hesitant about that trunk based stuff in terms of just how other developers work. But so I was kind of right because trunk is an old term. So we've gone back to trying to use Git like SVN. Currently have one branch from mono repo, like 8 packages, 3 teams, and everyone makes a feature tag smart, release to prod, and we branch and merge from the main hub. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. So when it comes to merging into our main, we don't even do that. We have nothing to do with that part. So let's see if this runs now. Changes consumers is now changes infrastructure receivers. Again, it's an interesting one. So we have actually people who have no context to the code we've written doing the merge. Huh. Yeah. Yep. DevOps does the merge. They're building the actual production. They have no context to the project. Their best guess? Nope. No release. I've not seen a single release backed up because of a merge conflict yet. I'm sure they happen. This is now the same problem as before. I wish. Messaging events change event. This is because this now changes back to the way I had it previously. So this is correct now. So we can take this, go over here, Kafka configuration, save that, go back here. Now this should all run again. We have dedicated DevOps teams. So my team is responsible for Kube service. We still have a team that does the low level infrastructure supports us. So I still think integrated DevOps should be a thing. I think at least every team should have a DevOps member. And those DevOps are always responsible for understanding the requirements of any project work and relaying it. Okay. Do we have a working application? Hey, Sally. Doing good. How are you doing? Okay, so we have data. We should be able to add a new requirement. Requirements are going to work fine now. This is all done. What should I do next? That should save. That's now saved with the server at least. This should now get, rather than, yeah, let's see. So we get our planning item, now there's 5 items, that's good. We have a requirement that added 11 seconds ago. No, the fact that DevOps does our merges. I mean, it works. You know, there's no. Why did you not register a change? Okay. So now we get back to actually what I was trying to do 2 days ago. I started that refactoring purely because I wanted to make sure that I was set up for a little bit more success here. So what I've decided to do is kind of create a pipeline, or pipelines, and this will be for tools that transform the data. So the challenge comes in changes, right? Changes produces a stream of, or should produce a stream of things that have changed. But if you need context added to them, how do you do that? How do you add the context? Because each object that comes through needs the data. So if I want to produce something that looks like this, right? And actually, that would look like after would be right. If I want to produce something that looks more like this, I've got to transform the data to do that. The Again, I do have all this data accessible in certain places, but their jobs are not for changes. So even though it might seem simpler, it's it's useful, and it does allow me to separate the behavior of the system. So like notifications doesn't actually care about the data specifically, it just cares about telling people, oh, by the way, this thing changed. So notifications doesn't need the modified stream, but the view does need the modified stream to be able to display, oh, by the way, you know, Bob was changed to Evan and Ellen changed to Sophie and you know, like as assigned users, etc. And the review date changed, but you need it in a more readable format. I thought DevOps is each team that ships something does both the development and the operations of that service. When people talk about dedicated DevOps teams, I get confused. Could be I was taught wrong. But the problem is that DevOps has become a role of its own. The development team themselves, yeah, the development team could be responsible for all the delivery and whatnot of the application and you know, right through to production. But oftentimes people who are more focused on doing those deliverables, you know, I'd rather focus on development than I would focus on, okay, now how do I deploy this? And I'm going to do that deployment soon, right? I'm going to, once this changes piece is in place, I'm going to start work on the deployment piece to demonstrate that. as best I can. So we're going to play with Kubernetes. We're going to play with like, how do I deploy this through code? But I think the developers understanding those pieces makes sense, but not necessarily doing those pieces. I think that's why. Then it sounds like we have a dev team and ops team, but the problem is the dev, because what ends up happening most of the time is you end up with an ops team, and they call DevOps, but they're an ops team. What I say is that you should have the DevOps team should actually be one in each team, one person in each team. They understand the requirements of the team. They understand what they're delivering that sprint, if it has any effects, if it has any challenges, and they're integrated with the meetings and all those sorts of things. Yeah. I saw LinkPad is coming to Mac by using Avalonia. Nice. That's cool. This is known as the sucker of the theme. I find very few developers that come up with everything after git commit, git push, troubleshooting YAML, pipeline service, etc. There's a lot more to delivering an application these days than dropping it in a directory in an IIS system, right? When my non-tech boss puts me in charge of DevOps, his first question was, how long do you think it would take to finish DevOps? One does not finish DevOps. I have a perfect Sean Bean meme there. Sorry, I've got a dog that sat right under my chair. So if I'm sat in weird places or fidgeting, it's because she's sat right where my legs need to go. Okay, so that didn't do anything here though. You should have done that. You should have published a change. Unless changes isn't running. Full stack. No, you close changes consumers. Which receives a panic item. Right. I believe that DevOps being integrated into the teams. So if you've got 5 DevOps members, you've got 5 teams, you probably have 5 DevOps members in theory. Oh, that didn't actually build, did it? Interesting. I think that you should. Sorry, just trying to figure out that. 0 lag. I think the benefit of having a DevOps member integrated into the teams, they understand the requirements of any stories that are coming. They understand any technical requirements, any deliverables that they're expected to handle, and they can communicate with the other DevOps team members to make sure they're all on the same track. But ops is just so much more. It is such an expanded role these days that I don't feel it's safe or beneficial to dump it on the development teams directly. Migrations, integrations, incident management, and support interaction. Yeah, you've yeah, it's a challenge. So why didn't this pick up? I propose we should just accept we are an ops team and start trying to do dev. Just get stressed. Popular. But you're being spread thin, I would imagine. You're not doing any one of them excellently. You're doing them all competently, I would imagine, for the most part. And it's not your fault. but you're being pulled into all different directions. Why are you building? I do miss working in a large org. I have to know about everything now. Yeah, there are some definite pros and cons. People do need to do ops tasks. They feel bad for not being able to do their primary task, dev. Yeah. Why are you not building? Stop all. I need this to kind of work. Find the associated module. What have I done wrong? Oh no, there we go. No. Changes consumers. It's running. Okay, that was healthier. No, why is it? I like doing ops tasks, but I also like dev. I've automated so much that we have a bus factor of one if anything breaks, but I barely remember how it all works. Yeah. That's going on and off. Why? Come on. I like the challenge of development more than I like the ops part. Like it's good to see the outcome, but I'd rather work with someone who cares more about that part specifically and is focused on that part than I would try and hack it together myself. I think we have to accept that as much as we would like to say full stack exists, full stack is very hard these days. And I would rather work with an amazing front end developer, amazing developers on the back end, and have an amazingly talented deployment specialist that is able to roll out those things in the best possible way, optimized as they need to be optimized. But also, again, like this application, we've had the comment before on the stream about I'm not really building this with the cloud in mind. I'm building this with the design, the infrastructure in mind, and this doesn't really go to the cloud very easily in using the cloud pieces. I'd have to use something like Kubernetes. I don't have the option of using app services necessarily. Sorry, because I'd have to transition a lot of this over. Having someone who understands that side of things properly could yield better results in areas where I'm saying, well, oh, I want to do this, and they're like, well, we could use this tool instead, and this tool's possible. It might change the architecture, it might change the design in positive ways. But as someone who's trying to figure it out as I go, I'm not going to get the most out of everything. So yeah, ads are about to start again in a little bit over a minute. Is that the guy we were looking at yesterday? Yeah. Audio. Yeah, hang on. Yeah. This is not a representation of my real life driving skills. Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's definitely cool. That might be a representation of my real life bowling skills. Yeah, that's definitely my real life bowling skills. I'm not going to sit and play that old. Actually, I don't want to work with him because of the audio violation. But it's, but again, that's not, that's a representation of what he can do as a developer. Not a site that's aimed at being um um highly user friendly, etc. Ah, why is this not? So this is, I'm kind of stuck because this isn't actually building properly. If this doesn't run, then I can't have. So what do I need to do here? Is that a case of me just being? Let's review. No, not configuration. Let's review. Rebuild. Let's start the changes consumers up. I hate that. Why is NuGet put in? Really? The thing is, it didn't even say there was lag. It just said there was. Let's find out. Okay. It's me. The dog's literally sat right below my chair, right where my feet would go. So I'm like sat in awkward positions. She's comfortable and she's quiet and happy. So I'll deal with the discomfort. Why? Why? I'm going to see if I can run the application. See. If I, what do I do? Let's change 07 06. Oh no, 08, 06. 2024. There you go, that changed. That became here. That moved to there. Needs a timer, that as well. Well, the problem is this isn't loading. But there's no lag. So 3 seconds ago, this got hit, right? So there's our requirements. There's our review date change. There's everything in there. What should happen is the changes system should consume that. And the changes system. Oh, there we go. It's finally done it. Okay, so it did wake up. So now we have application items. The actor lives in the application. That's fine. Process actor, publish new actor, update existing actor. Here you go. So now, there we go. So we got into update existing. Our last updated. Oh. Oh. That is a challenge. There's a lesson. There's a lesson. I have changed the shape of the object. The last version of this entity that came through here is now not correct. So in this case, what I need to do, because again, it doesn't matter what that's stored as. What I need to do is when I publish, when I change an entity like that, and the event especially, anything that yeah, pants. This has the previous event attached to it, right? That event had requirements as an array of objects, say. Now it's an array of GUIDs. So when it tries to deserialize that event and it pulls one that has requirements, they're not GUIDs anymore. So I either need to create some sort of process to adapt those things to their changed entities or rebuild those events, because otherwise everything's going to come out as a change, as a new event. Hey Napalm, how you doing? Ooh. That's impressive. Push level. That's pretty cool. So for the purpose of this, now I can remove these, right? I can just delete all these records, and now everything that comes through is going to look new, and that's perfect. Going forward, what I need to do is generate a tool to say, okay, well, this model change, therefore you have to go and repopulate, because all what I need to do is take the current snapshot of the planning item as its integration event, and then produce that object. Because the challenge of the distributed system is the ability to reset the system has to be intact before I start to think about this as an actual product. Like I can dog food it and accept that I'm going to lose things, just back up certain information, right? But those sorts of things are going to need to be there. Dog, this is not funny. So let's do that once more. Let's go make more progress. It should load. Let's change that to 0813. That should move. It should hit my breakpoint, I believe. Yep. Gets to my publisher. That's now because it thinks it's new, right? So now if I refresh this, there's my record, there's my data. So we should have changes now. There's our change. And our change is, it's a new entity. So the pipeline wouldn't even need to care about this one because this is different. But now if I go and change, which one did I just change? New widgets. Next planning item. What time? Thanks for the stream. Mojo, thank you very much for coming and hanging out. Have a great day at work. Make more progress. Next planning item. Let's add more things. More things. This is a requirement to add more things to the system. When I create that, that should yield. Yeah. Interesting. We did get a change. Oh, it considered that new as well. I changed one that had already been changed. Our planning item is still there though. Make more progress was the one that I changed before. Okay. So let's go back and change make more progress. So make more progress. Let's change who it's assigned to. Let's assign it to Andrew. There you go. So now, yep. So our last event, we calculate differences. We should have a change event. He says with confidence as it doesn't publish a change event. Interesting. Oh, there we go. It published. Assign user identifier. So we changed who it's assigned to. Let's go back in there. I'll make more progress. Let's add a new requirement. Requirements should trigger changes. Changes should be triggered. Added. So requirements independently would actually trigger changes eventually. Once I've got this workflow in place. Yeah. Should. So there's our planning item 4 seconds ago. So our planning item went through. We added a requirement. Topics. There's our change. Yep. So before and after, we now have these requirements. That's cool. Yeah. So what I'm looking to do here is produce a stream of changes that is transformed and adds the context in. I don't want to do it in view because it's too heavy to do in view. And again, having the ability to say to the rest of the system, by the way, here's the detailed changes and here's just the changes, right? Because the changes themselves, this has no value. Whereas, hey, Deflux, how you doing? Whereas if I produce a stream that shows, oh, these requirements with these titles were changed, I mean, I'm not going to use this one for this. I'm just going to use this to say requirements change. So if you want to say, I want to watch a planning item and the requirements changed, then this is exactly that, right? The requirements, you'd be notified that the requirements changed. If the individual text of a requirement changed, that's a separate behavior. And that would be a requirements change. That is the way I'm thinking of it so far. But overall, that's running. That's flowing through. Let's see if I can use humanizer and bogus at work, or if they're like, no way, get out of here. Why wouldn't you be allowed to use that? Although you're not using unit testing, so bogus would be along with unit testing, right? That's our requirement. Change metric requirements added. So everything worked as intended there. That's good. Should have never asked before. Okay. Let's do it here. Change that to John. This one needs to be assigned to Andrew. This one needs to be assigned to John. Nice. Yeah, we got some assignment changes. These will show as news though, because I didn't, yeah. Yeah. I've used bogus, but also auto fixture. Both do the job. Auto fixture is a lot more opinionated. I think Humanizer is also in Blazor because you can use it to create UI stuff and that ties it into the C# code. Say I have a component called people and I have a title. I can use the name of people with Humanizer. I haven't used Humanizer. But it does things like pluralization and stuff like that properly. I mean, yeah, there's a clear benefit there. If you rename the variable from person to contact, and it would become people versus contact, etc. Yeah, date times text. Yeah, there's a lot of formatting stuff in there. recommend using Blazor. It's a great way to speed up dev and tie your code close to your UI. Hey, DevPacks, how you doing? So a lot of content. I get the goal though. I don't disagree with the goal. Okay, so let's change one of these. Let's change the review date. 08/20. Let's change. Um, oh yeah, right there. It says 3 minutes ago. Yeah. I suppose it depends on, I mean, how much you have in the application so far that does have that sort of behavior where you do need to tie it. Again, things like I do actually have a solid example here because the changes right now it's kind of bad, but ultimately, I mean, there it says 1 day ago, right? This is just hard coded right this second, but ultimately that will do the same thing as there, right? I was going to say 10 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, etc. It will take the time and calculate that, and I do want to do that sort of stuff. So I will need to find the JavaScript alternative to the humanizer thing, which I highly doubt there is none. But yeah. Smooth. Oh wait. Wait. Oh wait. I've mixed feelings about Blazor. Been using on a few pet projects at work. Yeah, me too. I'm not a all in. Here's a hot take. Is MS trying to talk us out of and thus kill controls for APIs? I like to call this the minimal agenda law. Um I think MS introduced minimal APIs to try and attract JavaScript users who were like building backends using Express, etc., because it reads almost exactly like Express. And then people started adding structure and framework on top of minimal APIs, thus making controllers. I don't use controllers in this app. I use API endpoints, or rather fast endpoints. So everything in my app is an endpoint. But I'm not using minimal APIs. So I do not want to build extra structure around them to try and make them neat and readable. Yeah. 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 Because the minimal API stuff reads almost exactly the same as an Express app, right? So like this, we got 11 events. Oh, agreed. Okay. The review date changed on that one. Let's move that one. Let's change this one. So that planning item changed. The review date moved. But that review date changed. That's awesome. That's working now. I think ultimately Microsoft's just trying to cover all the bases with different options for web development. You know, Blazor is an option, but they haven't uh, removed their commitment to the other technologies. As far as I'm aware, Blazor is not all the only Microsoft tech for web. So yeah, I was surprised to learn how small of a team the Blazor team is at MS. By far a small project. I think giving the options is a good idea. Being able to, you know, have alternatives to some of the other frameworks and keep people in the stack. Um, yeah. So the more worrying thing there is if you build around that tooling, how committed is the company to, you know, the support of that or you know, because if you look at Blazor, um, Blazor is a lot harder to transfer. If Blazor stops being a thing next year, all that Blazor code is a lot harder to transfer to other things. I mean, you think that's small. If you could be a small team, it's the best. Team growth, productivity, and speed is lost, in my opinion. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm disappointed on progress. A lot of things that was going into .NET 9 have been pushed back to .NET 10. Yes, they've done that an awful lot. Aha, my Prime Sub was sitting around and used. Thank you. Did you appreciate that, Deathpacks? It doesn't tell me that you've used it, by the way. I see the icon. It doesn't, nothing in Twitch has told me. So thank you very much. Oh, there we go. It just caught up. Appreciate it. Thank you. Um, there's a sweet spot. The two-pizza team rule applies. If you can feed a team with two pizzas, it's the right size. Well, I can feed me with two pizzas, but yeah. Large team, you get SharePoint. Yeah, .NET 10 planning. Is there a particular feature that they've removed from Blazor Deflux that's particularly irked you? I know the whole the extension types thing has been pushed out. I think AWS first coined the two pizza thing. I don't remember where I first heard two pizza thing. SharePoint is so bad. Okay, I'm pretty confident this is now producing changes again, so we're good there. So let's get this committed and move on to the next piece, which is the pipelines. The open telemetry integration and the hot reload improvements. Yeah. Zero pieces, all bonuses. Just show you the top 10 items are all for Blazor. Yeah. Mm. Some of those are some of those aren't even thought out yet. So how would they be in .NET 10, which is just a year away, right? The best we can hope for lukewarm reload. Uh, yeah, hot trash reload is terrible. Okay. So let's push those changes. So again, what I'm trying to do here is actually this system is going to consume the objects themselves so I can resolve any entity of its public identifier. And then I'm going to have the receivers for the events. So that I'm going to break out receivers from event receivers here just purely for processing throughput. These receivers here are going to receive the actual objects, the planning item, the user, etc., etc., etc. And they're then going to store that information so that I can look it up. And then when I receive an event, I can, the change event specifically, I can actually process those changes. I just had a blank on the name. I'm like, that's probably not a good idea. But we can refactor that afterwards. And then this will get the transform and then produce a new stream of events with the data attached to it. Benefit when I just need to know that the data's changed, I don't have to wait for this. So no system gets backed up on that. And yeah, I it does keep the speed of the system up, and the changes piece does get to be just a calculated piece that the view can consume and store. Change from Bob to Jim, and not have to worry about figuring that out itself. I would like the Razor editor to be so flaky, but then it got explained to me that Razor is that really difficult language to build tooling around, but one could hope. Guess everyone is excited there's a discriminating union proposal for C Sharp. I saw that, and I thought I saw that it was more than a proposal. I think with the discriminating union stuff, I'm not sure. Um, Again, I think I've used C Sharp in the way I've used it for so long that I don't think I explicitly know when I would use a discriminating union or not. Maybe when it comes around, I'll be like, okay, actually, I can change the way I design this, change the way I work with this. And it's one of those things that changes my path going forward. But I don't know there's some stuff in there for kind of the same thing. Well, yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Is there a way with bogus fake to have it take in current valid items, not to use the pick random, but use it as like an inspiration for values? I'm not sure. Okay, so this is going to be challenging. Hello world. Let's make this a host. Which is broken today. I'm a Scratch game developer. Nice. Welcome in. Right now, what I'm building is not game related, unfortunately. I would love to be doing game stuff as well, but I am building applications right this second. Uh, Okay, got dark mode. Okay. See if that loads. Probably need loading screens in at some point as well. Let's change this. Introduce filtering. Let's make that 08, 16. There you go. That's saved. Okay, so that's working. Okay, I'm not going crazy, right? That's not showing me NuGet. Shouldn't that show me something by default? No NuGet. NuGet.org. They haven't changed that, have they? Let's have a look. NuGet.org. API v2. Oh, it's still there. Ryan, welcome in. How's it going? Good morning. We'll change that. Syncing projects. Why are you syncing projects? What are you syncing them with? Take it easy. Good. Good. I have the day off work, so I am also taking it easy. Which is why the longer stream today. Okay, let's shut that down and see if turning it off and turn it back on again works. We got some spinning circles this time. Oh no. uh, sorry. What's your mean Visual Studio? Oh, there we go. Mm. It was broken. There's no way. There's no way all of us forgot how NuGet works. So bar at equals post dot create default builder figure services dot build Await at dot. Is it run async or run async? Else context. Services. Okay, so we're gonna need some components from other pieces here. So I'm gonna. Oh, dog, what are you doing? She's slowly turning around and her legs are in different places. Come on, dog. Um, so we need. Hey, Mark, how's it going? I would love for someone to explain to me why NuGet is termed as bullying. I don't understand which slang or which language it's coming from, but it allows it after someone's been Um oh, is it approximate? Okay. Then okay. Very good, thank you. Are you well? I am. Yeah, I am. Trying to make some progress on the application today. So just getting things working. So what investors call a pet dog in 2002. It's cool. Gotcha. So I'm going to create Kafka configuration over here. Configuration. Kafka configuration. Add that. Paste that. Pasting because just being a bit lazy. This needs to have install my package. All the references. I not liking that. Twitch likes NPM and Mark's other package managers as bullies. Come on. What are we missing? I want unwanted time off Thursday and Friday. Get to be stuck in the hospital for a few days while they wait. Sure. Oh no. Well, the positive there is they're trying to make sure it's not going to kill you. So that is definitely a positive. Kafka services. So it's basically in here. That's the problem. Okay. Basic work service. There you go. Yeah, it's not all bad. Now, do you just get to sit there and relax? Do you get to just, are you incapacitated in any way? I.e., can you sit and like read or watch Twitch on your phone? It's funny, we had all the conversation about GitHub before, and Nick Chaps has released a free. Maybe they haven't released it for free. No, this is for free. A free GitHub, a Git course. Gonna probably read, play on Steam Deck, so it shouldn't be too bad. There you go. Okay, so event receiver of planning item integration event. This is why I paused on events before, because I actually think probably want to end up. Runs, messaging, events. Oh, I misspelled that. I think Primeagen is releasing a Git course too, to be honest. Event. Let's just make that build. Then I'm going to go into what I'm going to do here. Services to add scoped find item receiver. I don't think I want these as scoped. Configure add event receiver. I'm trying to figure the word scoped. Makes sense being that they're going to be invoked the way they are. For making scope, background service will blow up because it's going to be run as a singleton and it doesn't like scoped. I'm not creating scopes within there to make it scopeable. So again, what this is going to do is it's going to store versions of all the data. It doesn't need to be relational, so I'm going to use Mongo for this. And it's going to basically create these as a lookup so that when events come through that I want to attach more information to, I can create the right pipeline to produce the information. It's going to be a little bit trickier, but I think it works better for me in terms of responsibility for the data. So again, I could put this in changes, kind of, but then changes would have a whole load to do, and it would not changes. Well, yeah, changes could potentially do this, but then changes would become very heavy, and it might actually slow down the production of calculating changes. And the idea is the notifications piece can feed off the fact that something has changed rather than what has changed. So that would slow down notifications drastically to do it that way. So I could put it in Vue. Vue does have most of the data, all the data, but then Vue could become bogged down with the fact that it's also got to wait for events and consumes things and slow the entire data store down there. And also the history of the data, I'd have to calculate and store, and it would become much, much slower. So I'm going to create this pipeline, which is going to sit in between. And it's going to transform this data for this particular case right this second, but in the end, it will use it for other purposes as well. So yes, that is what I'm going to do there. Good or bad, right or wrong, don't care. I've ummed and ahed. I'm making a decision to do it this way, rather than breaking the other components of the system to do more than one thing at once. Yeah. Sorry. So this is going to do services at Kafka. False context. For database though, I think I'm going to use the same thing as the this side of things. We're going to use Mongo. I didn't finish moving them out to methods. This is where I started using this practice of breaking them out into configuration files so that the actual main program CS becomes, more readable. I think I saw someone post an opinion on that yesterday. I can't remember where I saw it. Um, so let's add Mongo configuration. Yeah. I don't need to be generic here. I don't need to say, oh, I want the database configuration. The database configuration wraps the fact that it's Mongo. It's not going to matter. Public static service collection, add Mongo DB. This takes this service collection. So it should be done for now. Take that. Interesting. So there is a MongoDB entity framework call. Just gotta find the right one. I think it's MongoDB. Yeah. That's their official driver. So infrastructure here. Tree. Contexts. So again, I'm going to store a copy of each entity, and then the receivers for the changes are going to be able to look up the entity by its identifier to resolve a name. So then I just have to create a kind of an adapter or a transformer for each change event that knows what entity I'm talking about and can produce the right stream of changes with the attached information. So this is the pipeline. Oh. What is this? This is and MongoDB, because I just need to look up by ID every single time. I don't need to do any querying. I don't need to do any searching. I'm not looking for a match here. I'm looking for data validation. I don't care. If the object changes, etc., I can just deal with that. Well, I clearly can't, but I can store. It's basically a snapshot of the object in its latest state. I'm guessing since it's 10 a.m., you're lucky to have a day off. Yes, I am lucky to have a day off. My my employer has a policy of in a month that does not have a federal holiday, we get a day off. So there's at least one day off every single month. So let's have a look at this. What is this? This is it's am I having issues with Rider? I think it's all the red that's confusing it. So this is going to be what is this context? Look up the context. I believe in the changes side of things. Still do. Oh yeah, I do know it. Yeah, I remember this now. So the problem is because of the way Mongo works, Mongo needs this identifier column. So this needs to know a bit more than I would normally tell it about the actual data technology. The domain, again, did that end up having a dependency on Mongo? MongoDB bson. Okay, so yeah, it did. Because the objects get an ID type from Mongo, which is a unique identifier. So it became impossible. MongoDB.bson. So that goes in there. This is a DB context options. Look up DB context options, context options. And that really doesn't change very much. I mean, again, it's kind of messy in that I'm really storing all the same information. Yeah. Although in this case, I'm going to store a planning item, a transform of a planning item. I'm not going to store the event. So yeah, so services. This is lookup DB context, reference pipelines infrastructure, use MongoDB. Yeah. Pipelines. With pipelines for a second. And then we need a repository. This repository is just a wrapper around access, giving access for the DB context to the actual specifications layer. This allows me to keep all the data queries and stuff clean, and I can just use add-on specifications still without caring about that. So look at DB context. That's your repository. Share kernel. Let's space this. Move to pipelines infrastructure. That's done. Okay. So then this is lookup repository. So go here. Okay, that's that. Return services. Go back to our program. Ads are going to start in a few minutes. I do apologize. They run for about a minute and a half. If you're new to the stream, if you have any questions, thoughts, or opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to join in. You're more than welcome to question what I'm doing. Yeah. Always open to learning new things as well. Add MongoDB host context. So get Kafka and Mongo. So each one of these is going to pass forward this integration event into a command that's going to be, update the item, and that's going to allow me to store the information in this database so that I can look up an item when I get a change event. I can actually match back the change events to the actual data that they now point to. What I'm thinking about right this second is if I'm doing a before and after, do I need this piece now? Yeah, I kind of do. Because if I change the assigned user, I have a GUID of before and a GUID of after. If I change the user themselves, I have a before and after of their name anyway. I don't need to actually transform that very much. This is for the case where I need to transform information. But the pipeline would still have to produce everything. This is a really hard problem to figure out. Why does this keep closing? One pin. Pin. Just see how that goes. So if a planning item, if a review date changes on the planning item, the changes system produces a change that the review date changed from X to Y. Ultimately, in the view, I want to store, or it changed from today to tomorrow or something like that, right? X to Y. I want the view system to store that. That's great. Now, if I change the assigned user, the fact that the assigned user changed is good enough for notifications because notifications doesn't need to do anything. But the view system needs to know that it changed from Bob to Jim. The only way I know that is if I have all that information available. If user, if the user's name changes from Bob to Jim, that's a different event to listen to, right? That's the user changed from Bob to Jim. That's not necessarily uh, uh, going to affect the planning items because the user's still the same. Just because they change the name doesn't mean all the associated data changes. So my thought here is the transform, and I'm talking it out because I'm trying to validate the scenarios that I know right now. Hey, Exic, how you doing? Why does this not let me? I don't know how to, because I can't unban you. Manage suspicious user. I can monitor you or I can restrict you. No longer a suspicious user. Type something again, Hexic, if you can. There we go. Okay. I don't know how to protect you from it though. I like to say, okay, I get that he's flagged you, but you shouldn't. That's kind of an excuse to remove from the shared lists. Joy. Yeah, it tells me you were banned in 10.404 stream. That's why you were restricted. All it is click on your name then, and click on manage, but it didn't say anything. His bot did it. Why you shouldn't work on Twitch bots? That's what macOS is a find a window open and it refuses to close, minimize, or anything. I've so I've been trying to use Podman on my work Mac and it will not show me the Podman desktop. I cannot get it to show. I've uninstalled it, I've reinstalled it. It won't show it. The only way I can get it to show is if I restart the machine fully or power it down, restart it fully. Podman desktop shows, but if I minimize it or close it, I have to do the entire thing again if I want to touch Podman desktop. It drives me nuts. Anyway, so transform. This is the case where I need to produce a more meaningful stream of data. So it's our fault for using software that Apple hasn't got its 30% for. True, yes. There was some insane riots in my city on Saturday, so I took that as an opportunity to go to Manchester and go clubbing. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I saw there was a lot of mess in the UK. I haven't been to Manchester clubbing in a long time. Jeez. 25 years ago was probably the last time I went clubbing in Manchester. That's terrifying. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, what a mess. Okay. So to do this, I'd have to transform every single piece of data that comes through to make it meaningful, or feed it back into its original stream of changes. But I don't. That would be really messier. I've never went clubbing a lot. Get off my lawn. Neither I until Saturday. I used to live in Leeds, big university city. So from and I'm from just outside Manchester. Well, not just outside, but relatively outside Manchester. Originally from Leeds. Nice. Yeah, I lived in Beeston and Armley for a few years. And the oddball country kid who got into tech. Nice. There are lots of Twitch streamers from the Yorkshire area. Yeah. I'm from the other side of the Pennines. But just the other side of the other side of the Pennines originally. So and now I've lived here for 17 years. Same grew up in tiny town in Midwest USA. Yeah. It believes that that is a attack of race, ethnicity, or religion. By the way, I know you're in. You understand each other, so I'm all good with it. A friend from school went to Leeds for uni. I was out and about there in the late 90s. Yep. I was explaining why it deemed it needed to be held. So apparently, that is a class as a slur. Yeah, I lived in Leeds from 1999 to 2004, and yeah, you left the year I was born. Yeah. Then I moved to Maidenhead. Yep, agreed, Napalm. Well, is what it is. So sorry, I'm pausing on this because I want to make sure that what I'm about to do is not just me um just adding a bit more complexity where I don't need complexity. Because if I'm doing that, I want to rein it back in quickly. Because this is an important aspect of the application. If I get it right, it'll make the application way more usable. But if I get it wrong, it will make it a lot harder. Every time I add a new system, I add a new complexity because actually now need that data to be shared or combined or collected in some way, shape, or form. And later on, I'm going to have to create pipelines or tools to transform the core data back out into its constituent pieces. Well, I got told off when I was in high school for calling myself a nerd. Uh, yeah, I think it's up to you whether you're offended by something. I think we have nailed our product issue. Nice, you figured it out. So that was a bit messy. So again, what I'm trying to do here is something like this, where what I want to do is say, okay, well, I've got the data, and the reason I paused initially was I thought, hold on, if it's changed, do I know, or can I actually calculate this effectively? Because I might have that data updated already. But then I realized that I'm not actually comparing the behavior. I'm just trying to grab the context of the data. If a name changes, that's going to tell me in the object for the user that the name changed, not this. Then again, I'll put an isolation for asking if I get sex in the sex education class. Yeah, not sure I'm going to complexity distributed systems. I'm using chained Azure function apps at work using service bus for moving messages around. If there's a picture of distributed complexity against Azure functions chained, it'll be the same picture. um, I had to figure all this stuff out on my own because the school decided not to answer my questions and punish me for asking. Yeah, and in 20 odd years, you'll be like, I finished high school 20 years ago. It flies by. But yeah, high school was different. But again, my high school was years before you were even born. So different world. Anyway, yeah, distributed systems, coming back to that, the distributed system stuff is definitely complicated. And one of the things I've realized as I've been trying to plan through this and walk through this is very much so that the sources of truth, I'm going to have to create stuff to generate extra data later on. So if I have to wipe out a component of the system, I need to be able to rebuild that component of the system. 4 years, dang, it's been 22 years here. Holy crap, I'm old. It's been 28 for me. Hundreds of integrations, each with its own message routing, message ingestion, converters, enrichers, and dispatchers to destination systems. See, just the fact that there's terms, I'm probably going. In high school, for me, I was 16 when I left high school. Yeah. Um, nice. Show off. um, the fact that there's all those terms, right? I've got to be able to distribute the system properly. I've got to add extra complexity in where it might seem simple. So again, the view contains all the information I want. Um, the view contains all the information I want. However, the changes, I don't want to make that responsibility part of the view to calculate, oh, this change means this value, this change means this value, because then the view has to store that. What I wanted to do is produce a stream of data that is the converted values. So it's literally, it was this, now it's this, similar to this. No, similar to this, where I've got Jim and Bob. So it's given me the names. That way, the view can just consume that, store that in an object, and then recall it when the view is loaded. So you go here and click on changes, and it will show you here's all the same things. Shrugging USA is typically 17 to 19, and now I'm doing a master's degree in comp sci. Nice. Yeah, now college is your final 2 years of high school. Yeah, yeah. You can go into the workforce um, at 16, though. Here, you can do, but not anymore. You can't start work at 16 now. You've got to do college of some form. Wow. That's not a change I'm sure is solid. So they brought back like sixth form, essentially. 12 grades elementary and high school, then 4 years uniform IBS. Can you do it by an apprentice role, but you have to do college? Gotcha. Huh. Interesting. Okay. So let's see if we can get some of this done. Yeah. Yep. It puts everyone off if people are forced to be there. Let's get a planning item receiver done, and then we can kind of I can see the image. Update planning item. Um, actually, entity updates, update planning item. You okay down there? Hey, business Echo, how you doing? No, high school I can understand making be there. We want absolute muppets. You can't read or write walking around. Yeah, makes sense. public record command. This is where this gets a little bit messy. So we're gonna steal. Yeah, I do believe that we make things harder. Change discovery. That's not that. That's not what I was thinking about. What I was thinking about this version of it. Yeah. Acquiring entities, receiving messages, integration, update planning item. Interesting. Actually, yeah, that might make sense because that's all the information I care about. Actually, I don't care about most of the stuff. Are streaming on only YouTube? Nope, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. All my VODs are available on YouTube. We're now on day 118 of Liquid Sky. So there's a lot of VODs there. This is a agile platform project management tool that I'm building. I've been building for the last 10 months. Just dawned on me that I actually don't need to capture much information. Like I'm not using this object for anything other than getting data off of it. College is what it is. What put me off is forcing me to do 1/3 of more general education classes that are completely useless to me to get my degree. Yeah, the fluff in the American education system is frustrating for me to see. And Nami, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. If anyone is new to the stream, you're more than welcome to ask questions about what I'm doing. Right now, I can't demonstrate the application because it's kind of in pieces a little bit. I mean, it's a large application built over the last 10 months, built to be a project management tool. And we're kind of right now working on calculating changes for display of, notifications, etc. What makes me laugh is that I fail my client-led design module unit, but I run my own company and deal with clients all the time. Not everything fits neatly in an education. Sometimes, um, you do things. I wish I understood this morning, but I missed so much because of work. But I've hated it at 16. Yeah, I'm undergraduate software engineer. I'm new to here. Well, welcome in. I appreciate you coming in and watching. I convinced our Asian philosophy professor to let us watch the philosophy of the matrix in class. That was my gift to those suffering as I was. Yeah, it's because I'm quicker at marking out the program in C++ code or something instead of using Figma. I hate Figma. I can't use it very well, but I had to use it and it ruined me. Yeah, I think it's kind of a specialization. Like, One Lion, who, if anyone's new to the stream, hasn't actually seen One Lion before, if you like this sort of stuff, One Lion streams Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and is an excellent developer and amazing at many more facets. Um, yeah, I'm working on my assignment, web development. Nice. Speaking of UI, I recently discovered Emu GUI, and it's great. I pay someone £95,000 for a job they're doing. They're solo managing a contract that I get 115,000 for. Nice, nice. That's the point. So yeah, this application I can't run it right this second because it's not being built, but at least it's up and visual. So the idea is that a planning item can have a description, a review date, who it's assigned to, and which projects you feel it's associated with. You can then add requirements to this, so you can flesh out what you expect this to be. The idea of the planning item is very much so that you kind of are trying to capture requirements without actually making them stories that are defined. Um, product management and planning uh, and senior management would use these tools to kind of go through the stories and go through what they expect, etc. And then developers would talk with the planning, with the product management to go through these and identify what are stories, and then stories could be generated off of these. Where are you from? I am from the US now. I'm originally from the UK, which my accent will throw off sometimes. In my defense, I did ask him what he expected to make. He said 90K, so I was like, I'll give you 95. That's what you need to do. I am GUI is pretty awesome. Oh, there we go. No worries, sick. Um, I am GUI. Whoa. Oh, because I've opened it in Chrome. That's why. From Sri Lanka. Nice. So it never says. So what I was just thinking about there is I actually don't need a lot of information for any of these pieces because what I'm actually looking to capture is just the information to look it up. This database for the pipeline stuff is literally just a lookup for the objects. It doesn't need to have much more associated with it. I'm not looking to make decisions off it right now. So I'm going to I'm going to put just those fields in there. We're going to see how that goes. So that's the command. That's an I command result. Install package, mediated abstractions, in reference and import type, add data start result. Import the type then. There you go. I was being impatient. I wasn't watching down there for what was happening. I was just getting impatient with the behavior. Then we're going to create a handler. And this is going to take an I repository of planning item repository. This is going to be an I command handler of command. There you go. I'm pretty sure the result object is pretty much just a discriminated union. We kind of went through that last time. We talked about it. Yeah, on the fast endpoint side as well, there's some similar stuff. Because I'm not explicitly using it and saying, oh yeah, that's a discriminated union. I'm like just kind of okay. Reference share project. So now we need to create a domain model for this, which I clearly already started that process of. Reference and import type changes, pipelines domain. One of the problems you have when you're developing something like this with so many copies of the same object, just different data perspectives, is you have to really pay attention to when you include a reference. Because if I've got a planning item exists in communications, in pipelines, in notifications, in view, in the planning system itself, I've got several references that I need. Again, we're going to trap it. So this is so that if I get a reference to a planning item, I can look it up. I probably don't need this one specifically, but then I can attach a title or description to the information as part of the pipeline, so I can enrich data going through the pipeline. So based on changes, etc. without having to worry about. Yeah. And again, I've called it pipelines right now because I can't think of anything more specific, but it is a transformation as such. I'm going to go back to my assignment. No worries. Thank you for hanging out for a little while, business. Hope the rest of your day goes well and your project goes well as well. So we're going to put in. Oh, wow. I'm sat at a weird angle. That's why. No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there you go. So in changes, what it is, I create this document class, but it has the object ID. Probably going to share something to say. Velocity on last update. Thank you. Thank you very much. Do I want to do the same thing here? Document. So this is the Mongo piece, right? Identify a tenant identifier. Will everything always have a tenant identifier? Probably not. But everything will have an identifier. Stop clicking that. Okay, so that's a document. It will have an object model, an object ID underneath. So now this is var existing equals await as a tree dot first default async new. This is an Adalis specification. That's T entity. T entity or I single result specification T entity. Where T entity is a document. I don't like that because I've made it abstract class. It can't specify that. Of course, it can't. No, because I want the behavior. The benefit of using implemented interfaces in .NET now, I can actually make it an interface, can't I? I've been buying nothing by making this an interface and an abstract class. It's still having an I because I'm following that convention. Let's do that path for right a second. I'm more focused on what I'm doing here than I am there. So we've got a spec, we look up the thing, period, identifier. This is query.where txt.identify identifier. There we go. Now here we can do new entity by identifier spec of planning item. This takes command dot identifier. And now if existing is not null, and existing.title equals title. I don't care about whether, in this instance, I don't care about what's changed or why it's changed, etc. I just care that it now looks like this. So again, this isn't going to do a before and after on planning item. So I don't need to worry about this from this perspective. The changes are going to come through here and say, okay, the planning item changed. I'm only going to say, I care about this field because I need to transform this field and produce the result. Otherwise, just forward this event into this stream. So I'm going to create what I'm thinking of so far is I'm going to create, so planning item changes will exist, but it will be the transformed version of the changes. Changes will be every single event, every single change event in the system will come through there. And then this one will transform in this pipeline. And then, so planning item changes is the specific changes and can be consumed by the view and stored because it will have the text-based data, the transformed data, the formatted stuff. I probably want to store date times still though as UTC. But even these fields might actually be overkill for this object. What else would I want here? Because it's like I'm not using this to store I'm not using this to store assigned user and calculate things off of this. I'm just using this object to I have to transform XML payloads using XSLTs. I wrote an entire documentation system built around that. Built an editor so they could build their own documents, and then transformed everything and kind of distributed it as a package that could be updated. Else repository to add async new planning item title equals command.read. I will create a kernel for the architecture that currently has nothing more than a rough spec sheet. However, it doesn't ask about the correct date time standard or request a library to convert or store them across time zones. Time is hard. Hi, MKB. How you doing? Okay. So that's realistically what all these will become. So when it gets a planning item integration event, it will update it if it needs to. The funny thing here is I probably want to do something similar to save on unnecessary reads and writes. Do I have it in here where I check requiring entities, integration, update planning item? Do I have a has changed? Has changed. I want to do something like that. I don't want to be doing, if it's not null. Yeah, as a method. Probably want to copy it in as a method. So only if the data has changed do I actually want to change that. Also here, I need the identifier. Thanks, Haji. I'm good. I'm enjoying streaming for a little longer today. We're almost at 4 hours. Just going to get this done. See if we can get it into place and start to get the vision there. So this is, it's nice to be able to do that. It's nice to be able to, when I start on a process here, to be able to just continue on. Whereas with the 2 hour streams, I'm limited. Yeah, I used to post that on X already. Everything is UTC, always. Oh dear. um, so if it hasn't changed, just ignore it, right? Has changed. Existing command. And that's not necessary because I don't need to check that piece. Doesn't matter who it's assigned to it here. I'm not trapping that information because it's not part of the transformation right this second. If I need it to be later, I will do. Okay. So that should be there. That should be there. Our data store should store it. It's fine. So I'm missing anything here. Planning item receiver, planning item receiver. These are stubbed there, but they're not working. Pipeline receivers. Let's see what happens. The more important ones here actually are users, etc. Ackley Lee, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Boom. No. Bike number null. What? You need actual configuration? No. Configuration files, app settings. Add that. So this will need the same thing as we'll need console and Kafka here. We don't need the producer. We're not producer. We will need the producer eventually, so I might as well put it there. So this is actual Kafka configuration. It feeds into the library. I got to be careful when I copy and paste these because this is LS pipelines integration. It's just outside. So now let's try and start that up again and see if that works. So what I'm looking for is realistically a new collection appearing here, a new database, and that's going to break as well. Why is that not broken yet? They give it a connection string to pull from Mongo. So that should have broken out, right? But we'll go back here and do that. Mongo. So we're going to call it pipelines. The database doesn't really matter right this second. The name or whatever. The more matters that I'm getting that data and storing it. And also, there's that pipelines integration, preparing rebalance. So that'll always take a little time. So you want to make sure. Because nothing's going to happen until it's actually done the rebalance. Welcome back. They said no. Okay. Their stuff is too static. It is what it is. Not much you can change there. So why is this not? I'm starting to realize that the more projects I add, the harder this gets to navigate around in for certain. So we had Kafka, we had Mongo, right? So we should have pipelines as a DB. It's not written anything yet, so it's not consumed an event is the problem. It's got the configuration for it, but it hasn't consumed the event. Well, well, that isn't going to do much, is it? Why haven't I consumed an event? I have no idea. Await. Send it up. Send new update. Planning item. Did I call it update? Update planning item. Reference pipelines application. Command. Again, this is not going to take everything. So this is going to be events. Identifier. See, this doesn't even need the tenant information necessarily because it's just information. The downside to this is a massive source of information. So it will be somewhere I need to keep an eye on in terms of my uh, data privacy efforts at a much later point. So I do want to make sure I can track that, right? Event that last updated. Cancellation token. So I don't know if that's going to work, but it should have been there anyway. String empty versus string empty versus empty string. I believe the recommendation is to always use the lowercase version. I probably mix and match a bit. Yeah. There's no it's the alias of the type, right? So it's like int versus int 32 or long versus int 64. So they recommend using string because it's the actual type that and is interpreted underneath. But it doesn't make much of a difference. Well, I guess I better focus some. Thanks for the stream and enjoy the day. Napalm, have a great day. Thank you very much for coming hanging out. Glad I got to at least stream for a while for you today. Take care. Okay, so let's see if we can get this data in here and decide what we're doing next. No, no. That's weird. I tried to construct an instance of it. Okay, before it wasn't even bothering us. This is a fun one, right? So I want to add mediator. I'm going to be very careful what I add here because none of them are correct. What I want to do is add because that should have, hold on, that should have added a reference to my, yeah, I've got using mediator there. So why is not? Mediator's a funny one. I don't think I should have to do this. So mediator adds a method. Oops, I need to learn not to swear. My bad. And vanilla and other stuff and hole in my mouth burns now. I haven't used Bonjela in a long time. um, why are you not working? They removed the spike from the cap, but left it in. So now you've got to like try and peel it off. Too many people figuring out how to poke themselves in the eyes with spikes nested in caps. Was it choking hazard or something for children? So receivers here. What I'm looking to do is that, and it actually lands in there. So I'm missing something. Packages, mediated abstractions. Okay, so I did add it. So why isn't it not there? So this library, this mediator library uses code generators for the most part, using Microsoft extensions dependency injection. And mediator. Outbox mediator. No, I don't want to do that. Install MassTransit. The corner of the tube is spiky. Yeah. Dependency injection. I don't think that's necessary though. It's implicitly installed anyway. I don't want to get stuck on this again. I got stuck on this last week. uh, Come on. I just want to receive a message. Mediator abstractions. There's nothing in there that I'm not implicitly referencing in the same way here. So the mediator library uses source generation. It creates this method itself as part of the source generator, so that it builds it and references your components, right? So this update planning component will be referenced by mediator by kind of dynamically compiling that. So maybe that's the secret. Maybe I need to go and build it to. Now it's not even offering me the others. It's just saying, I install MassTransit, but MassTransit's mediator is not what I want to use here. I want to use mediator's mediator. Add mediator, just like this. And you can see this is in Microsoft extensions dependency injection, mediator dependency injection extensions. It's not really there, but it's there. So again, create default builder, configure services. Yeah, pretty much identical, aren't we? Apart from I call this app and that host because this is the host builder and it builds the host. So the problem is without the add mediator, I can't add args is the only difference I see. Let's have a look. Yeah, let's add args and see what happens. Did I set the projects up the same? Did I set this up as an actual console app? Yeah. This is an actual console app. Yep. Add Kafka configuration. I'll go. Let's try and add it in here and see what services add mediator. Okay, so it's not unique to. So this planning item receiver injects the iSender. That's why it fails. The event receiver is a planning item integration event, but this update planning command, this I command here, is a mediator command. So I'm referencing this from the other side. That's perfectly fine. Long stream, no work today, or you forgot? No work. Day off. But I want to get this finished. I want to get this one piece done to move this forward. And the thing is, I haven't even got all the other pieces. I need to actually build out the users, and it's primarily user that I'm chasing initially. I don't even think I need tenant user. I definitely don't need tenant user. User receiver, anything that has data that I need to reference is going to be the ones that receives here, but I don't understand what I'm doing differently here. And last time it was I had a reference. I'd actually done services.add mediator here. And I'd actually done. See, now it wants to give me that again. But you notice it's not installing those projects. Hold on. Let's make sure that I'm referencing. I know what the problem is. Watch this. Let's see if I have it now. So I said it uses source generators. There you go. I was missing the source generator from the part where. So with when using mediator, Jimmy Borgard's library, you have to, when you add mediator, you have to add a reference to the command or the assembly where the commands are, and the commands and the handles are actually hosted. Here, that method is built by virtue of me using it with the source generators in the application, referencing that from within this application. So it's kind of implicit just by being source generated. But yeah, the method only exists when it can be built. Okay, so let's try and run it. And again, all I'm trying to do here is see that one planning item gets put into this data store. So let's start that up. Go here. Topics, consumer groups, stable. I don't think this would let me do this. 13. Let's start that running. So one of the beauties of Kafka is just because a message has previously been sent doesn't mean I can't reconsume. Well, that was set to earliest. That should have run through all of them already. That should have reset itself on the topic. Also, it's being impatient. Now you gotta wait for this to wake up again. This is fun. I'm watching for green bots to appear, by the way. I just gotta wait for it to. Knock it off. Okay, so when I run this now, what I want to see is a collection in a Mongo store. Come on. Lag of 18. It's not picked it up yet. That's the problem. Now it knows, so from the consumer group, I can tell that it does know that it's subscribed to planning items, right? So it definitely has the subscription to the list. What it's not doing is picking it up yet. Right, because it's got those 18 messages to queue through. I wonder one day learn Kafka like so many things. It's on my to-do list. I wouldn't say I understand Kafka, that I would consider myself expert. I would consider myself confident in using it, and the cases I've used so far, it fits. Just wait till .NET 9. Well, they're introducing mediators. They're not redoing it. They're not redoing event stuff like that. They're introducing a mediator library so that you don't have to use an external library. Or they're introducing the abstractions the same way they have with dependency injection. But they're not introducing Kafka. Yeah. Process the queue. Why is this not processed? It's got the subscription to the topic, right? So it knows that it's subscribing to this. That in this library is done by the fact that I've said, okay, you can pull your configuration from here and I want a receiver. That creates a subscription for that topic, right? I don't have to explicitly do it. So I don't have to store the topics, etc. out here. What I'll probably do want to do though is I do want to have a check in. I do want to check in here actually if has changed. And existing dot last and command dot last updated is greater than existing dot last updated. Don't need the other check. Thank you for the follow, Y Void. Welcome in. For LTS.net has a seriously short lifespan from an enterprise point of view. Yeah. I don't know. I've never really. No, it was first time. Awesome. I've never really considered it like the lifetime because I've only in my career had to actually reach out and get .NET support twice. And one of them was on Compact Framework. So that's how long ago that was. Okay, so we should have our collection. He says with confidence, as nothing appears. Is this erroring then? Is that the problem? And just hiding the error? No. So does it say it finished the queue? No, it processed the first message and gave up. Only real version transition issue I had was from framework to core. Yeah. I get why in a large enterprise you want that guarantee that Microsoft is going to back it and they're not introducing like quirks. .NET was released in November 21 and reached the end of its life in November this year. This provides 3 years of LTS. It's not just about support, it includes patches and fixes for major security issues such as those discovered in the network stack, for example. True. You want guarantees that they'll patch that in there. But I think I think the reason I even consider that is with me the .NET versions now upgrading to the next version hasn't been a major difficulty for me. But again, I've not worked in I've worked in large organizations, but not like massive scale. So, okay, so why isn't this picking this up again? It picked up the first one, marked it as done, and then moved on. So it got here. Okay, it's getting in there now. There's the problem. DB context. In this case, I am an idiot. I got carried away with getting carried away. Like, just a DB context needs reference import, pipelines domain. I work in a massive core, but everything is pretty siloed, so I don't have to worry about too much. I agree, but in a large scale, a large tech stack, say you need to upgrade hundreds of thousands of APIs, they're all functioning. There can be a significant cost burden, hard sell to a business. Yeah, and I guess considering this is the first real time I've built something of this scale, I've built it of scale, but in terms of the actual spread out nature of it, I'm probably going to review that opinion a lot more in the future. Right. I'm not going to take that quite so easily when I have dozens and dozens of these to work on. Yeah. That being said, it does mean that I can independently build components as well. So I do have the luxury of being able to update and swap out if I need to. So I could put less stabilized pieces on newer versions or workplace or less concerning pieces. Sorry, little one. The team dedicated to managing these upgrades. By the time they finished rolling out .NET 6, it was already time to start implementing .NET 8 upgrades. Yeah. Felt like what we basically use mono repo, so green depths are okay now. Sorry, little. Um, yeah, yeah. One of the things I was talking about over the weekend with Mojo and Dota was the using Dependabot and things to highlight version upgrades on packages as well. I'm going to start looking into using that, using something to tell me that things have changed. 500 repos. That's a lot of, yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so that in there, what I wanted to just check was on changes, did I need to do any actual configuration for this? Yeah, there you go. Let's just copy it straight out. And that lives in infrastructure. Configuration, planning, item, type configuration. Yeah, it's basically not allowing it to set up MongoDB. That's what I missed. That's why that's required. Don't need that. Yeah. This is what happens in reorgs. You get the opportunity to inherit other teams' code, and microservices are good, I heard. Kind of like, it's an interesting point brought up by Handmade Hero. We talk about Conway's Law saying something like that an org is doomed to produce an architecture that is a reflection of the org. Outcomes for trade offs, horizontal scaling versus vertical scaling. Yeah, I think that's why there's no real perfect architecture. And we we have to build for the needs of the organization, I suppose. So I can see why the other point, right? And the org no longer matches the arc and pain happens. So many different things to go into there. On model creating model builder dot apply configurations from assembly type of is that how I did it? Just realized how hungry I'm getting. Didn't eat breakfast in mind. Yeah, just get type of like consistency, consistency, consistency. What the 10x devs do in this situation is join a startup so don't have to deal with this, and then the 10% devs like me try to patch it all together because the business depends on it. Yeah, I suppose it's like it's easy to design something and run off when it's kind of working. One of my problems is always one of the things I like to focus on is I don't like building software that other people can't necessarily pick up easily. Um, for that reason, right? I don't want to be a hero. I don't want to be like the guy that has to be looked to for every single problem. And um, yeah, architecture. If someone comes in and says, "Here's the architecture," and then walks away, that's always going to break because the first time the developers come up against something that doesn't quite fit a pattern that's there or fit within the nice constrained lines of someone else's expectation of what architecture is, you're going to end up with, "Hello, bud. Hello. You okay? You saying hello? Hello, buddy. Oh, hello. Hello." Um, hello, friend. Oh, what's those big paws? He wants his rub. Um, yeah, I completely lost my train of thought there. Architecture, blah blah blah. um, is it better? Good. Written C sharp. It's atrocious at back end. It's decent. I'll probably pick C sharp or Go these days. I suppose it depends on what you're doing. And again, one of the things I want to test at some point in this application is just because I'm using C sharp for certain components doesn't mean I have to use C sharp for all components. I can use other languages. They're available to me and they are possible. If I find that something is slow, like this parsing thing, like this transforming pipelines thing, maybe C sharp isn't the best tool for this job. Maybe there are better tools. Um, so developing it this way, I can actually flex this, where I don't have to use them both. General for web, yeah, C sharp is a better bet, but you want to do video transcoding with that, yeah. Well, C sharp syntax is similar to Java, and I'm all right at Java, but also relatively similar to C++ for some things, and I've been doing Java and C++ for a while. I did use C sharp before, but I did some desktop app and it was terrible at that. Can you cross C++ with C sharp? I'm not sure what you mean by cross. And again, in this instance, all these are independent components, right? So as long as the library understands how to read a message from Kafka, it can pick it up and use it. So if I decided to use something to like the example of the video transcoding, maybe I do something where I want to upload a file I could do the back end of that in C# and then produce the file somewhere and produce an event, and then have a C++ app pick up the event, process it, and publish out another event. It can be a part of the pipeline, a part of the workflow. I'm stuck on the word pipelines today, by the way. Can you call that from C#? Yeah, you can invoke. I'm pretty certain. I haven't done much of that, but I'm pretty certain you can do. Oh, they're behind me trying to play now. But we have hit success. We have the latest version of all the planning items in here. So even though I published 18 messages, that totaled 10 actual planning items changed. Java and C# are syntactically very similar, so it's not too bad moving from one to the other. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I haven't used much interrupt stuff, but I know it's possible. I know you can. You can go pretty low level in C# as well. But again, I just haven't. So, okay. I ordered DoorDash. Is that a bad thing? I assume you have to use CDIC, DLL export, or whatever the line is. Yeah, I think yeah. Again, I've never had the need to do it. So I'm not the person. Sorry, I just looked at the IDs and realized they are kind of sequential, but then I was like, what? Because I was looking over here and realized that they actually are sequential down there. I'm about to order DoorDash. Pretty certain I'm about to order DoorDash anyway. I do too. It's way better than going out. The new GUID has a daytime component. Yes, it does. Yeah. The version 7. Yeah. Yeah, there's libraries you can use for it right now. I don't use GUIDs in my data collections here. I don't use GUIDs for anything other than associated objects. If I'm using SQL, I'm using a primary key column anyway. I'm not relying upon the identifiers being predictable. You have a rule against it. Nice one, Lion. Thank you very much for that. And hello, good morning. Almost good afternoon. This has been a long one today. The house is quiet. But that being said, it is too expensive. Without a doubt, it's too expensive. That being said, Death Bites is right. It's too early to be yelling. It's always too early to be yelling. I am unfortunately going to finish up here. I have got some progress made on this piece. So basically, the idea is what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and add the rest of these entities. I'm going to then consume the changes and then enrich the changes stream with the extra data that it needs, so that then the view can consume that enriched changes stream. The notifications can still listen to the original changes stream. They don't have to wait for this because the notifications are built off, oh, something happened to this object. You need to know that it changed. I'll tell you about it, and then so the worst that would happen is you get told about it sooner than it actually appeared. So we'll see how that works. But yeah, we'll at the very least, we're going to learn some lessons along the way here as to the challenge, more challenges of distributed systems, more challenges of how I'm dealing with data. And if I have to change things again, I have to change things again, right? That's the reality. I don't want to just hack it in because I think it should work, right? So I'm committed to being able to change it. Hello, buddy. So again, if you have not been there before and you are new to this stream, I would highly recommend Wallane. He will stream later on today. He streams Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays usually, and does app dev in .NET same way. Uses different technologies, uses Blazor, and is well worth a watch. So if you haven't been there before, definitely go check him out. I appreciate the alternate viewpoint and how you're architecting this. Nice. I don't know how good or bad it'll be, but it feels right now, and that's kind of been my measure. I feel comfortable. It moves forward. I can be confident in changes. Yes, the more it grows, the harder it gets to maintain certain parts. But the patterns are there. The style is there. So far, it feels good. So absolutely. So I appreciate you coming and hanging out. But for now, we are going to raid. He best still be streaming. Yes, he is. We're going to go over and see Andreas. He's actually building a game engine. Because hi, Connie, how you doing? Sorry to say hello and then goodbye, but I'm about to raid out. Hope you are doing well. Deving has gone well. We've got some transformation stuff starting to be fleshed out. Got the changes made to the planning items so it doesn't have too much information. And yeah, things are moving along. We're now up to 74 projects, so by the end of the year we might be at like 100 projects. We'll see. Hopefully that doesn't climb at that rate. But yeah. So yes. I'm going to raid out. I will see you all later. I will see you in one line stream, hopefully later on. And take care all. Have a great rest of your day if I don't see you again. Bye all.